Good morning, grasshoppers. A little bit of cleaning of the dojo. The chessboards to put away. And we're going to catch up on Pegasus. Incredible requesting of players to study. players to look at. Grandmaster Ulf Andersson, resembling probably a Karpovian Tigran Petrosian in the modern era. Perhaps one of the strongest grandmasters not to become world champion. He was a world championship contender. Good morning, Pegasus, or good afternoon for you. I'm glad you made it. I didn't get to put it in, I just realized I didn't get to put it in our Discord. Let me just do that real quick. I'm going to try the tiny URL for our YouTube channel. We did make it to 72 subscribers, amazingly enough, before the end of the morning was out. And it does make it to our, what's going on with our YouTube music? Oh, okay, it's still going. So Ulf Andersson had a very quiet playing style, emphasizing positional play, calm, cool control of positions. He was not necessarily the most dynamic of players. I actually meant to look in the exchange sacrifice book for Ulf Andersson games as well. Unfortunately, the index for this particular book, The Exchange Sacrifice, a Practical Guide by Sergei Kasparov, is not, I repeat, is not the best at indexing. Grandmaster Joel Benjamin surveyed a few of the Sergei Kasparov books, including this one, and noticed that it was a bit of a database dump with a rudimentary index based on the games that were referenced in each chapter. I do plan on doing the exchange sacrifice at some point. But we're going to start with the principle of two weaknesses. And in going over Grandmaster Ulf Andersson's games, many of these games are pretty well known for the most part. Now, Ulf, I accidentally made the move c4, but Ulf Andersson was probably best known for developing with either knight c3, knight f3, often transposing into an English opening, and he did believe in control in the center. He often might have played the move d4 in this particular position. You could often find him playing the move b3 and controlling the central dark squares with the help of the dark squared bishop and the one pawn on c4. But in this particular example, Ulf Andersson, thank you for following. Lion Baruto 8. I think we're up to 33 toward our goal of 50 in our follower goal. Lion Baruto, if you've not yet checked out the YouTube channel, we should be broadcasting to both at the moment. Unfortunately, the drawback is that I don't completely check the YouTube comments as quickly as I should. Let's just make sure that we get this into the Discord channel real quick before I forget. The audio is cutting out again. Normally I restart my computer when I notice that this is starting to happen. Unless that was just a song changeover. Very unusual. Meanwhile, Sorry, Burrito. Oh, you picked, interestingly enough, good morning, Tapas New. How are you? Let's give him a quick shout out for Tapas New, who is making an effort in the streaming department. Interestingly enough, Baruto, you may join the dojo here as I play against viewers every day at certain times. The 960 variant team should be renamed to the variant team, as I'll run Bullet in that as well. The variants include Bullet and all the others. Nice, kapow. But definitely check the scheduled events. I noticed the calendar runs out on the 17th, which is not good. Is that true? Oh, that was the Master Chess Dojo. Just check the current Master Chess Dojo. We're good through the end of the week. Or are we? Oh no, I don't have anything set up past tomorrow. Resulta Varga's birthday, but we will be streaming and doing tournaments every single day. Like the Rapid and Classical. Rapid and Classical go through July 17th, yeah. No worries, but thank you for joining us, Lion Baruto. We will be doing a bit of quality candidate move training here, as we see Ulf Andersson's traditional B3. Now, in the book Grandmaster Chess Strategy, they give this a little bit of a dubious, even though it's played by quite a number of players, including Nepomniachtchi as black. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave has played it as black against both Wesley So and Artemiev. Granted, at least one of these was in online chess as a rapid thing, but Anatoly Karpov actually played this move in 1988 as black against Mikhail Tal. So d5, I'm hesitant to say that it's really all that bad for black. The authors give knight a6, intending d5, followed by counterplay in the center after. As in Ulf Andersson, Tony Miles from SCAR in 1980. The idea is that the d5 move leads to a series of exchanges that gives black a long-lasting initiative. And of course, Ulf Andersson is not one to shy away from attacking the center. Sooner or later, someone has to attack the center. And we have in this particular case an amazingly completely symmetrical pawn structure on both sides. And you might wonder, how in the world can we win such a situation with such equality going on? Now, equality is not necessarily meaning draw. You have to stay away from the concept of draw and equal being the same things. Equal, an assessment, means that there are equal chances for an advantages or equal chances for someone to screw up, per se. As Magnus Carlsen, oops, I was wondering about this. Takes, queen takes. And after d4, c takes d4, queen takes d4, check. King takes g2. And here we join the action already in progress as black attempts to limit white's opportunity to place the knight on b5. And you can see that black has a little bit of a problem trying to find a good square for his knight. Now, in this particular position, more than one move might lead to a small plus for white. Both of the moves that you need to find in this particular position, as we are going to go for some candidates for white in this position. a majority of Americans playing the tournament that I saw. Let's fire up our timer just to make sure that it works. Just one moment as I look for it. I need to move the timer a little closer. There we go. It's working out pretty well. PM47. Oh no. But you have to analyze your games very, very thoroughly and determinedly. So here in BM 4723, Tapas New, we're looking for moves for white in this particular position. Several moves are possible. There are many ways to go for an advantage in this particular position. Your goal, of course, is to try to match wits with Grandmaster Ulf Andersson. He may not play the absolute best move according to Stockfish. Your goal is to put into the chat several good moves for white that you think will lead to the continuation of white's small initiative. And it's always good to let Stockfish brew upon this a little bit. As Pegasus knows, I like to do this quite often. Rook to c1, yes, but you have a choice of two rooks. So those are two candidate moves. Rook on a to c1, as it would be typed. Tory f to d1, as Pegasus has answered. H4, very good move, definitely in the top 5. H4 is absolutely a candidate move. Not at the top of the list, though, in this particular position. In fact, it is the move that H6 Stockfish believes, I'm sorry, A6 that gives that Stockfish believes gives white the opportunity to seize upon the initiative in this position. Do I have my sounds on? Find out in just one moment. But I don't have the sounds on. Second while I check for the sounds. Sound alarm. Did not hear it. I'm afraid that f4 is a wee bit too weakening. I would probably never go for this particular pawn structure in an endgame, committing my f-pawn, ideally. Certainly I would consider e4, but not even that move here for the most part. I mean, f4 could be in the top 5, just like h4, but ideally we're going to try to activate our pieces to the best of our ability. Stockfish believes that rook on f to c1 is the best move. Ulf Andersson played rook on a to c1. The third best move, of course, was rook on f to d1, because we know that both of those rooks might reach those squares one way or the other. And black, of course, has to be very concerned about a rook reaching the 7th rank. A rook on the 7th rank is, yeah, the rook on the A line. So rook on A, we would type that rook A d1, writing it down on our score sheets as, or Tory A d1, depending on what country you're in. Tour, and Tora being the Spanish and European words for rooks to a certain extent. So black does have to watch out for the 7th rank, and he is still hoping to double his rooks on the file to a great extent. And of course, as it turns out, with rook to c2, rook to d8, we'll notice that white's doubling of rooks is temporarily or tentatively bothered by the attack on the knight. And Ulf takes this opportunity to anchor his knight. Black, of course, follows up with the plan of dislodging the knight, but in the same process, he's creating a bit of a weakness that may be attacked, bothered, and Black should be following through on his plan of playing e4 perhaps, but instead chooses to weaken his king's position further with f6. And now we come to a very, very important moment as we look for candidate moves for white. I type it into the correct spot because obviously we can follow through on our previous plan. That's certainly a candidate move. Or we could go for a little bit more in this particular position. Now, ideally, we want to activate our worst place piece. Perhaps we also would like to decide upon creating a particular weakness or seizing upon a particular strength in the position. Therefore, doubling rooks is always an option. Rook to d2, simplifying might give Black greater activity. I'm only worried bm47 about, actually bm47 is going with knight to d2. Now, unfortunately, you could use a Springer to d2. That would be the German word, Springer, for the knight, as he springs about the board. Or the phonetic sound of nd2, which is universally accepted because K is reserved for the king. But for Spanish, of course, where we have Rey d2, but with the king going to that particular square. Rook fc1. Certainly one of the top three moves in the position following up on our plan, but Ulf Andersson has a very specific idea in mind. And I did use these particular games for a lesson series with a number of players. Perhaps I should even return to them. While I'm at it, I should look to see if Ulf Andersson has any games in one of my favorite books, The Greatest Chess Games, The World's Greatest Chess Games, which is now updated to 145 games by, what publisher is this? Robinson Press. It is their only chess book. Interestingly enough, it is their only chess book. Ulf Andersson does have a game in here on page 384, where he is Black. Take a quick peek that he's not on the worst end of it. He is on the worst end of it by Ljubomir Ubojevic, former Yugoslav country friend and compatriot. So here we are in the game Andersson Robot. Pegasus on the ball with g4. Did he make it under the wire? Let's take a look. G4, of course, was played. And Black takes this opportunity to try to batten down the hatches of the third rank in order to activate his knight. White prevents the activation of the knight on c6, so Black goes for d7. And at this very moment, we have to choose yet again how we are going to go about seizing upon the weaknesses that have been created. This is an interactive study, so we do have to at least consider what's going on in this position before Black gets a chance to coordinate his pieces. I would say 9 times out of 10, it is about piece coordination. 9 times out of 10, it's about piece coordination. There are many other dynamics involved which might interrupt the coordinating the pieces. So one more time, we have to really consider what is going on here. Why is my sound so low? The speakers are not reflecting the music, but now I hear it. I did find a channel of YouTube approved music, which is why, in a temporary sense, you see the music title glaring white in the bottom right hand corner. That was the window that I chose, fortunately, in darker color so that it doesn't stand out quite so much. Using the picture from Wikipedia. Absolutely, we will be giving all of our, as the command is in the stream title. Thank you so much, Line Bruto, for joining the Discord. I also follow on the socials, as I've been doing pretty well every morning advertising my streams. Aha! Finally, I heard it. Rook to c7 is in the top 5. Ulf Andersson does find the best move, and this ties down the knight to the defense of the b6 pawn, cuts across the 6th rank in both directions as far as creating weaknesses, and we will see, more than likely, in the near future, the opportunity for this knight to hop to e4 or to c4. Using the d2 square as bm47. Yeah, rook to c7. You can shorten your notation a little bit if you'd like, bm. There's only one rook that can go to c7. It's not entirely like rook on a to d1 or rook on a to c1. Now that I have the I'm actually hoping for 73 subscribers to the YouTube channel before we're done. Please give that a look. See, as the announcement was just made. It doesn't appear on screen, the announcements, which I find very amusing. It only appears in the chat on the right. So in this particular example, rook takes c6, rook takes c6. The king scurries across to try to alleviate some of the problems, and as we discussed before, knight to d2 and knight to e4 does appear on the board. Black is going to try to free up the knight, but where can the knight really go? It's tied down to defending this pawn, which is now only guarded by the king and the knight, attacked twice by the rook and the knight. So we're definitely going to have to consider what's going on in this particular position, right? It is time for us to consider the candidate moves for white again. Reese Poole, good morning. How are you? We are looking for candidate moves for white. Now, the candidate move choices require a bit of analysis. You know, you might look in this particular position for king moves, pawn moves. Not entirely positive that a knight move is necessary at the moment. But if we are going to make a knight move, we might need to preface it with a pawn move. But we can gain time with a particular knight move or two. After all, there are plenty of squares to choose from to improve the protection, to improve the activity of our knight. What can we do here? Reese Poole, let me give him a quick shout out while we look for candidate moves. Now, what you should be doing is you should immediately be seizing upon moves that will improve your positioning incrementally. Ulf Andersson was key on that note. If you've not yet checked out Reese Poole, should I spell it properly? I make that any larger? No, not the Streamlabs app in any event. So, as we near the last minute of our absolutely, knight c3 deserves attention. Certainly in the top 5 as white's advantage is increasing. There is a very serious threat to the f6 square from d5. But both Ulf Andersson and Stockfish15 believe that something else has to be done first. Nice. You are officially a content creator. It looks as though Pegasus has already pegged it.
So, now we're trapped in Fisher's mind battling his own private army, and if we get killed, we'll be lost in limbo till our brains turn to scrambled egg.
Rogan Joe Sloan. How are you, sir? What happened to our timer? Our timer just disappeared. Oh no. First off, fix the sizing on this. That's unusual. The timer lost all of its properties. Maybe, just maybe it wasn't that big in the start. Let me just see what happens when it blows up. That's good. Just checking. Thank you for the raid, Rogan Joe Sloan. Rogan raided himself. The 3XK, yes. Our erstwhile mod is now here. Thank you, Nico, for showing up. Knight d6. Knight d6 does gain time on the rook. And in fact, rook to b8 would be forced after that, right? So we could look, but I'm not entirely sure where we're going from there. Because knight to c8 check doesn't necessarily threaten the b6 pawn. It's guarded twice. Never skipping leg day. An hour to throw darts. Indeed. To pull this down for a moment so I can see more of the chat and less of the queue requests. A little perturbed with Offerspiel for not keeping with their normal schedule through the month of July. They're taking the summer off, it appears. F4 is a little extreme. I'm not entirely positive that that's going to help us because we would like to actually pinpoint both of these as weaknesses. We already have the b6 square, we have the f6 square. We may or may not be able to use the d6 square later, but certainly the d5 square for the knight is the shot. So Ulf Andersson goes for b4 as the artificially intelligence approved move in order to preface the move knight to c3. Now, was it really necessary? That's a good question. Prophylaxis, that is preventative play, as opposed to being keeping the opponent from even remotely thinking about activating their pieces, is key. And now black goes a wee bit nuts in this particular position and allows white to spring into the position with knight to d5 check. And now Ulf, of course, makes a standard improving move with his king, and black tries to lock down on the king side. And interestingly enough, he creates further weaknesses for himself. Now, there's absolutely nothing wrong with the move g5 here, but he chooses to give black 3 pawn islands. By 3 pawn islands, I mean that we have a group of 2, and an isolated pawn on h5. So this actually evens out for white, because white also has 3 pawn islands, but blacks are much easier to attack. In fact, we can go after them straight away. He chooses, though, first to bother the knight, bringing the rook back to b7, and then pinpointing the weakness on h5, which is absolutely indefensible. Now we have an outside pass pawn. And black had no way of contesting this, so he chose to resign in this position, quite incredibly. If you were to ask Stockfish about this position, never skipping leg day. I thought you were supposed to work, never skipping leg days, and Monday, Wednesday, Friday would be lower body. Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday would be the upper body. Yeah, I mean, he made it look effortless, absolutely effortless in this particular sense, right? Let's add the next game, which is Andersson Hulock. Vikanze. I'll type it once. Vikanze is a Dutch seaside resort now known for the Tata Steel tournament. Do this moment. And once again, we see Ulf Andersson's favorite starting lineup, not unlike the last game, only the opponent is choosing a kingside fianchetto, which hurries along Ulf's choice of b3 and bishop to b2. Don't want to make any mistakes in this, as we're doing this a little bit by hand. Black is choosing to a very natural pawn center, and we already know what white's best move in this particular position is. Every day is leg day. Inadvertently, every day is definitely time to, Monday is bench day. Every day is bench day for Rogan, I believe. Couch day. A study stream, Lauren. Yes, we're way overdue, right? Let me just check on my make sure we reset our timer, our 2-minute timer. 2 minutes of thought. Now, we've seen this in the previous game, so we're not necessarily going to hold back now. By the way, when white plays the move d4, it is in black's best interest to exchange the wing pawn for the center pawn. Black now has a small plus in center pawns, having 2 center pawns to be able to shove all of white's pieces out of the center. And again, a rather questionable a6 move. You have to really be careful about creating weaknesses such as these. I would prefer knight to c2 here as a candidate move, because I like the Rubinsteinian idea of locking down on the d5 square with knight c2, avoiding exchanges, and perhaps planting a knight on d5 with knight to e3 and knight to d5. Everyone who's seen my games knows this. But black, of course, is the first to connect his rooks. White anchors his knight, and black brings the other rook across. And this position is roughly even. And we have to decide how to go about creating an advantage. Well, Ulf decides that he might be able to knock that queen a bit later. Black gets his rook off the long diagonal with the bishop. Not entirely positive about the move rook e1, though. I might try to maneuver that knight toward d1 after queen to d2. Setting up a discovery upon the queen, perhaps even trying to exchange off the knight, and only then recovering with the other rook. These are often dry studies, but it requires your utmost participation in order to make it work. Now black goes for something rather dynamic. And I'm not entirely convinced this is the best way for black to continue. Not entirely convinced this is the best way for black to continue. After all, with the move queen h5, knight to d5, Ulf is setting about trying to establish for himself a space advantage. He's got a pawn wedged on d5, forcing further exchanges. In the center, Ulf never shies away from exchanges. But on the other hand, there may be a moment when you can do something a wee bit more useful. Broken Joe Sloan, ladies and gentlemen. Reese Poole also visiting. He's just updated his YouTube. We would also like to plug our YouTube channel. Crossing my fingers, we have 28 subscriptions to go before we get an opportunity to get rid of the gobbledygook that is our YouTube channel name at the moment. Oh no. What kind of rum do you prefer, Roken? That is the question. What kind of rum would Rogan prefer? Candidate moves for white. Matt Jacks. Interesting. I'll look into it. I'm not sure if we have Matt Jacks here. It is interesting that that black is choosing an opening setup that is sort of preordained from King's Indian and Symmetrical English channels. I'm not a huge believer in choosing an opening and then just sticking with it without thinking about what's up. Audio track is unavailable. Fascinating. That's what happened to our audio track. We will skip that one. Queen a7. Keep that thought. Hold that thought. I like the way they're being typed out now, rather than singly. Rather than singly looking at these, Ulf Andersson goes for a move that is not necessarily Stockfish approved. Ulf Andersson overlooks the concept of just playing h4, which Stockfish believes is the best move in the position, in favor of the potential to double rooks with rook to c4. And of course, getting complete control over the open file. The main theme of today's games at the moment is creating weaknesses and playing for the principle of two weaknesses. So after the move bishop to g2, king takes g2, queen f5, white follows up on his plan of, yep, Meyer's best floater out there. The Meyer's best floater. Ray and Nephew and Appleton special. Matt Jacks, rum. Meyer's rum. I assume that Jamaican rums are the best? I don't know. We go with the old oak Trinidadian rum. Drawing a blank on the rum that we always have in the house. Angostura. I was actually on Angostura Island in Trinidad, which is owned by the Angostura company, and it is quite luxurious. The house that they provided, a friend of mine, or an in-law of mine, I'm not sure of the relationship, but Angostura 1919, supposed to be very, very good. This is the one my wife recommends anyway. Although Google believes in Caden's Head Cask's strength Trinidad Distillery rum, aged 19 years. They actually have the Trinidad Rum Society. Wow. We usually have Angostura. Is it bitters? I believe it is. But I'm sure they have more than one in their distillery, more than one thing. Let me bring that up again. But Angostura is 1919. Is it barely drinkable? Or are you referring to we'll do a rum review station, right? In order to prevent the Rook from achieving its goal of occupying the 7th rank, Black chooses to batten down the hatches with his queen. And once again, the threat of e5. Is the threat of e5 so great? Or is it the tripling on the file that is causing Black to play the move f6? Forcing the exchange and the centralization of his king. Wow, for Ulf to play this particular move now is quite, instead of tripling, queen to b6 did look interesting, 3xk. I think he was just forcing the exchange. I believe he was forcing the exchange of rooks in order to control the file. Candidate moves. As the best move chosen by Stockfish was the move played by Ulf in this particular position. However, it's been taken over by another choice, which can easily be found, with positional consequences. H4 certainly should be considered. It is somewhat difficult to choose between these moves. But our essential element here is to match wits with Ulf Andersson, to try to find his move. Therefore, even though his move is second best, it comes with or as part of a plan. The last time I played pool was a week ago, last Thursday. The last time I played pool, I was actually considering going to the Monday night tournament. Queen A4, I don't know. I agree with 3xk. Queen A4 is a little extreme. However, Nico is on the ball there. as more than one person has suggested queen to c7, taking over the 7th rank. And in fact, that's probably the best move. Just occupying the 7th rank. Black only has a choice of rook to d8. Black only has a choice of rook to d8 or queen takes queen, and both of which seem to relegate black to passivity. Ulf Andersson, though, in this particular position, chooses Stockfish's other best move, which is basically to play h3, preventing any counterplay against his king, as far as queen to g4 is concerned. And at the same time, preparing the move g4, and only after that he might grab more space with f4. Black goes a little bit nuts in this position. How to go about choosing a move for black here is the tough part. Black actually strives for some counterplay with a very, I mean, if you can imagine that Hulak is a very strong player, a grandmaster, and that he would play a f5 in this position. It just seems so anti-positional. And of all of white's options here, let's just say we could just continue to grab space with b4. We could perhaps get our queen out of the way. We could also, is it really too late to play queen to c7? Everything should be a small plus for white. But the three most threatening moves, of course, are e takes f5, b4, and we can't discount the move that Ulf Andersson actually chose with the potential to come across the 3rd rank, which of course black helps him out in. a4, preventing any more counterplay. And he follows through on the move that h3 was all about. g4. And candidate moves for white. I've specifically avoided saying this particular move before. I knew it was coming. Candidate moves for white. And it's possible that 3xk had hinted upon this concept before as well. Does he follow through on it? Let me just look ahead to make sure that he does. He does consider it. All of you guys are in unison. Super pot, sir. Ezrin from Alaska. How are you, Mon? Ezrin lives the closest to Russia of any of us. I could see that move as well. Queen to d4, though, as mentioned already by several people in the chat, keeps an eye on perhaps playing queen to b6, threatening the rook immediately with g5. So black does have to make a move to prevent this. And he has a couple of choices. Personally, I think I would go for the less weakening h6, but he chose instead to play g5. And with the move g5 comes the creation of further weaknesses by white. Candidates for white. I know the old one wasn't quite done. Certainly that move could be considered. It's definitely in the top 5. Queen to b6. Pegasus, of course. Have you studied Ulf Andersson's game before, or are you looking at the book? f4 it is. Since Pegasus is study, we are definitely going to blast it. h6. And of course we seek to grab further space with f5. Quadra Spassky exercised the new emote creator emote. I had to choose because I was running out of badges. We don't need those stinking badges, but apparently we now have an artist's emote. Or an artist badge for those who create for digital creators or content creators on Twitch. That's insane. 66k channel points. Right? Isn't it amazing? Good players are always just so lucky. What is up with that? Right? Queen to d8. Queen to b4. Obviously he's keeping him out of the b6 square with queen to d8. But Ulf is extremely patient. The move rook c4 is in preparation for the same theme that we've seen before. So I'll give everyone a chance to find the next move. Indeed, Super Patzer. White does have to prove what's going on. I got issues in my head. I like you in my bed, but you keep me on red. Oh, everything is like a test. I better not text or I'll come off desperate. I just wanted everybody to know that I got a couple points back in rating because of the terms of service being violated, which we discussed earlier. You certainly do find out. Oh, look at that. Lauren and Pegasus following up on the best move in the position. Queen to c3. The regrouping. First rook to c4, queen to c3, and now everything on the c file is fair game. Black does give up a bit on trying to safeguard his queenside. Candidates for white. Yep, very big threat. Being able to make retreating moves that attack forward, very tricky. Queen to c3 is better. We have to just file these things away if we don't find them amongst our candidate moves. We have to open our eyes to these possibilities. You don't understand the pain it brings. You don't ever want to give me wings. You don't ever want to set me free. Pardon me. As I suffered from a little bout of tiredness. Whoops. Didn't mean to bring over the settings. Ooh, that's not going to work. There's more than one way to approach this position. As we already know that Black's position is in dire straits. f6 certainly. But Nicodemonius was the first person to mention it, seconded by 3xk, queen to d3. Pinpointing not just this weakness, but threatening f6 as people wanted to play it. What's up with this? I'm going to skip that one because it was just too loud. Do I have a volume control over here? Too loud. What happened to our lovely sound before? I don't know if I'm approving of this turn of events in the music category. All right, YouTube's approved music. We'll skip forward a little bit in the playlist. I was desperately trying to find out what's copyrighted and what's not copyrighted so that I can find slightly cooler music. Definitely the threat, as he has to move out of the way. Do we have a choice here? Basically, if black attempts to safeguard his pawn, f6 check, yuck. This looks terrible. Very difficult to stop. It would be even more difficult to stop had the queen blocked traded queens. And at the same time, pawn takes pawn is almost impossible. It's almost impossible to prevent a e8 equals queen. So instead of playing b4, he steps his king out of the danger of the discovery and loses the pawn, while black goes for as much counterplay as he can muster. Black's running out of checks. He cannot afford to trade pieces. This time we're going to regroup with the knight, with the rook, to get it behind the passed pawn, if at all possible. Black can pretty much resign. Yep. What was guarding this after b5? Queen takes b5, queen e6 with the threat of queen to g8 and rook to c8 bait. That's rather incredible. And then black strikes out on the king side. For what reason? Hard to tell. A little bit of time trouble there. Candidate moves for white. Maybe we can force resignation in this particular position. Maybe we can. We are 28 subscribers away on our YouTube channel, getting rid of the gobbledygook. What to do in this particular position? What's a man to do after f6 check? That is the question. He takes with the rook. Then he loses the pawn on e7 with check. And if he takes with the king, it looks extra fun. Queen to g6 check. And the rook is lost. So as Pegasus and A 3XK have pointed out, yeah, queen to d4 check, queen to c4. Queen to c4 repeats the position, unfortunately, or heads toward repeating the position, but we do not wish to hurry in any of these positions. It's not an option. We're going to move on to the next one, which is Viola Sachs is white. And one of the tournaments that was always on my list, Reggio Emilia. I'm very sorry to see this tournament go. It used to be a Christmas tournament held in Italy, and hence the year crosses over into the new year. What's wrong with taking a pawn? Let's just take a quick look at that for a moment. Queen to d4, queen to c4. It is check, yes. And it's very difficult on both counts to be able to play. Losing. More than that. Yeah. Back to our game. Now, in this particular position, based on Stockfish 13's recommendation, what opening would most appeal to Ulf Andersson in this particular position? This is one for Rogan Joe Sloan to knight f6. My entire day of Alekine's defenses yesterday. You guys are such characters, I tell you. Good that you have a sense of humor. In all seriousness now, I can only think of 3 moves that would appeal to Ulf Andersson in this particular position as black. Caro-Kann, c6. For the French, there's only one left that I think Ulf Andersson would play on a regular basis as black. E5, absolutely. I believe that E5 is perhaps the best move in chess, as witnessed by Magnus Carlsen's defense of his World Championship title against Nepomniachtchi. To try to have to rethink an entirely different game. But I can see Ulf Andersson playing the accelerated dragon. And if white does not play the open Sicilian, then all of the Sicilians are going to be Ulf's cup of tea, because the only move that you can play against the Sicilian is knight f3 followed by d4 if you wish to hope for any form of an initiative or an advantage. But Ulf does play the French. Really? You have that bias there, Lauren. Even though Magnus Carlsen plays the accelerated dragon. And Magnus Carlsen's trainer has written a 20th anniversary book on the accelerated dragon. It is the quietest and most secure of all Sicilians. I disagree with you on the Maroczy-Bond being a forced win. The hyper-dynamic school of chess loves to battle against that. I agree, though, that black's winning chances are limited. I'll not get to it with my finger on my touch screen here. So, Ulf Andersson does choose, and white does choose the best move in this particular position. There's one move that is better than all the other moves for white. We're using Stockfish as our guide. This is certainly can't lose, might win, honestly, for black in the Accelerated Dragon Roxy bind. I agree about the space advantage. One of the reasons why the French defense has fallen off the chart to a certain extent is because, you know, I'm going to can it on this particular music for now. I need to go with something a little bit more relaxed in lieu of a study. There we go. I couldn't concentrate with the music where it was before. Now, Ulf Andersson waits for white's pieces to be developed before he actually commits himself to the burn variation. Waits for white to commit himself to bishop g5 before he captures on e4. Doesn't give white entirely the full leeway that he needs. And I'll be on the white side of this opening as well. Now, Ulf Andersson has a very specific manner involved in mind, and he follows in the footsteps of Tigran Petrosian. Magnus Carlsen also on the black side of this one. He wanted to diffuse a masterful tactician such as Vugar Gashimov. Magnus Carlsen chose this in his youth at age 11 to win against Gashimov, diffusing all the tactics. But now, how to follow up? Yes, you were close. That's right. It fits in line. The Rubinstein / Burn. The Burn variation, of course, is after bishop g5. The Rubinstein variation is taking on e4 on move 3. To a knight f6. Candidates for black. Castling is not exactly the best move choice for black in this position. Interestingly enough, what I had previously thought was the best move, in fact the second most popular move in this particular position, I had thought is not in the top 5. The second best move in this position is not in the top 5 opening, according to Stockfish, whom I'm going to heretofore refer to as Bruce, the killer, the vegetarian killer whale. Not entirely sure I could justify bishop f8. Nico, though, goes for the most forceful move. I agree about b6 is the second most popular move in this position, but f5 was played. And after knight c3, he immediately improves his worst placed piece, the bishop that was rather passive, in order to control the d5 square. And now, fascinatingly enough, this move, candidates for black. Well, I use the facilities. Candidates for black. I have a new carpet. A new carpet in the Chess Dojo area. God, I don't want you to see how messy this place is if I were to show you my rear-facing camera. I mean, Ulf does step out on a limb here. I have to admit, Ulf steps completely far out on a limb. He plays the most popular move for black in this position, which is barely in the top 5 moves. The most logical move that everyone should, of course, be considering here is the move knight to d7. Personally, I feel, where's my personally, I feel like that is the best move. Black should play knight to d7 in this position. However, Ulf Andersson plays the very popular c5. Yeah, absolutely. I'm always a big believer in getting the pieces out and not risking anything. And white does not choose the sharpest move, which is a testament to perhaps Gyula Sachs respecting the sharpest move in this particular position would be d5. However, Gyula Sachs chooses bishop to b5 check, and Ulf gets his wish/dream for simplification. Candidate moves for black is rook to g8. In that particular position, let's go back. It's one that I didn't see. Rook to g8, no. Although I can see that we might tie down white's bishop for being able to be developed. But as it turns out, queen a5, king to b1, and now we actually have to choose, after castle's queenside, king h6, how we're going to go about further activating our pieces. Now this position is completely turned around in the last few moves. Basically, this position went from c5, where white is perhaps not quite clearly better, but has a strong edge, to equality after bishop to b7. And even in this position, we should probably be quizzing for white because d5 is still a strong possibility to try to play for an advantage, to try to break up the pawn structure. But after knight to d7, white misses a further opportunity to play d5. And after castle and queenside, position is now slipped into white's favor. After black's favor after king to b1. Castle's queenside, queen h6, and black to move. Candidates for black. Since I cleaned the dojo, at least in the rear, I want to see if the webcam from the rear is working. I've actually added a ceiling fan. But what we have not yet seen is the carpet. That's what I was going to show you using this camera. I now have a chessboard carpet going across the bottom. Pretty cool, I have to admit. I'm a little worried about it getting very dirty, though. Complete with notation. Don't need the ceiling fan in the mix. Now we have a dedicated rear-facing camera. You can see the entirety of the library. Now that I've distracted everyone from what we're supposed to be looking at, thank you, Roken. Yeah, I did some cleaning, so otherwise you wouldn't be able to see that carpet. I had to do the cleaning in order to clear this floor space for the carpet, which had been not put down until just now. In fact, there are several bags in the hallway, which I'm glad that you cannot see, of my niece's clothing, which she no longer needs. And a variety of my nieces and daughter are deciding what might be worth keeping before we donate. One of those moments, right? Thank you for the use of channel points. No sound? No sound? I have a microphone, but no sound. All right, let me just check the volume on the soundtrack. Move it up to 74. Oh no, no sound alert. Of course there's no sound alert. You're not hearing the music? I can see the music. But the music is very soft. You know what? Let me turn up the desktop volume rather than turning up the desktop volume needs to be at 50. Let me know if that's too loud. There it feels. Holy crap. Pegasus could convert to VIP. I know Yeatenheimers would definitely be going for that. So for the most part, the move indeed was a more than clear advantage for black after rook on h to g8. So everyone should be able to hear the music now. No, white cannot take. He gets trapped. Exactly. Very good. How trapped does he get, actually, now that I look at it? If queen takes h7, is this the win of a piece? Nope, he's not getting trapped. Queen takes f7 is very bothersome. C takes d4. Knight e5 threatening. Rook to c8. I'm sorry, rook to h8. What was I thinking? I'm looking at the C file. I'm sleepy now. Yeah, this music is definitely supposed to be elevator music for the background of thinking to a certain extent. So white chooses just to guard the pawn, and black follows through, of course, with a very provocative move. Personally, I think I would take on d4. But Ulf goes for bishop to g7, trying to provoke exactly what we just discussed. Queen takes h7. White chooses queen f4, but if the queen were to take, the problems remain for white. Yeah, too great of a threat. Too great of a threat. The knight finds the greatest amount of activity. So Gaiula-Sachs avoids this. Queen f4, and we follow through with our plan previously. And herein lies the tale. Ulf does not play perhaps the most assertive move here. Assertive moves include queen to b6. Basically, we have to get the queen out of the way of e5, right? e5. You're right. No, that's too much. Jazz? That's too lively. There's a little bit of energy involved now. A cross between what we had before and the classical music with some electronic. So here we are. Yeah. Now, what exactly is wrong with the move e5? Is it really knight to b3? Oh, never mind. You can't capture anything because of the pin. That is something that I would certainly fall for. I would definitely fall for that in a bullet game. I would be so screwed trying to capitalize on that one. But instead, Ulf goes for the rather quiet, progressive. I'm going to attack your queen side, a6. Rook to d2. And now one more signature Ulf Andersson move as black in this position. Not so easily the best move. The best move we've already discussed. But how does Ulfie get away with this? I mean, his position is almost clearly better, certainly slightly better. I don't understand this position at all, in the sense that I mean, I prefer white based on the endgame factors, but white's knights are limited, very restricted. This game is rapidly devolving into chaos, hence the music. Yes, hence the music. How can we avoid the chaos that is, though? Yeah, Ulf Andersson could be the player for you to study in a modern sense. Karpov, Capablanca, Andersson. Lasker thrived quite a bit on chaos, because I know you're up to Lasker at this moment. You're moving up in the German school of chess, Lauren. So we're looking for candidate moves for black. Now, ideally, we're looking for several moves, a minimum of 3. And among those moves that we're looking for black, we're looking for moves that could be the better move, maybe only a good move, and hopefully we'll find the best move amongst our candidate moves. You can score yourself. I'm not going to score you. Knight e5, at one moment or another, was considered the best move by Stockfish. Believe it or not, knight e5. It's amazing that it is now the 5th best move in the position. Ulf Andersson's move, which was not in the top 5 at all for the first minute that we started, is now very close to the best move. We also have queen to b6, which has to be considered. But the signature move by Ulf is to seek the exchange of queens. After all, where is the queen going to go? Can the queen really go to f3? Possibly. But white does want to avoid the exchange of queens for whatever reason. And now black, of course, insists upon it. And white decides that they're going to use this opportunity to restrict black's movement. Candidates for black. What about knight c5? Knight c5 was also to be considered. But like, hey, the hardest working doctor in the thread. MD Knight, the legend himself. MD Knight, were you considering the Atlantic Open at the end of August at all? Because it's in Washington, D.C., I was thinking you could make a holiday weekend out of it at the end of summer for the family as well. Assuming your wife was able to take your daughter about Washington, D.C. because the Atlantic Open is held on 15th and M Street traditionally. It's right in the heart of Washington, D.C., about 6 blocks from the Capitol building. It has always been one of my favorites, MD Knight. Dr. Knight. Oh no. Sorry to hear that. Yeah, the Atlantic Open at the end of summer. It is the weekend before the typical New York State Championship weekend in Albany. I'm hoping that you'll get at least Labor Day off. But I have won the under 2100 section there. I'm not sure that I'm going to give it another shot or if I'm going to step up to gain rating points in the top section. So e5, knight d5, and rook on g to e8. Not sure about the fact that the f5 pawn is hanging in some of those lines if we're not careful. Obviously e5 should be considered. Get the pawns moving. But Lauren did hit it with the AlphaZero-esque h5 to dissuade and to disturb white's pawn structure. After the move, h5, rook to d3, h4, following up on our idea. White acquiesces to the fact that he's going to have a pawn weakness on d3. Remember, that's our first of 2 weaknesses. And now candidates for black. I need to give MD Knight his own shout out, honestly. I have to give MD Knight his own shout out. Did I write that down? Actually, I have a separate sheet of paper for to-do list. And at the same time, we're going to hope to encourage more people to assist us in getting our YouTube channel established. Our YouTube channel with our stuff. King C7 was not a permitted turn before. Wow. I wonder what it was. You're working too hard, Chris. You're working too hard. I don't know. Maybe it's the you gotta watch your language. You're making Rogan work with the language here, Lord. That's pretty funny, right? Are we at 73 subscribers for the YouTube channel? Are we? And we have 73. 73 for the YouTube channel. See link above. $73 for the YouTube channel needed. So we can get rid of the gobbledygook and make it youtube.com/channel/MasterChessDojo. So it'll come up in a search algorithm properly. Rook d8 is the only idea you have. Yeah, that is a caveman-esque move. I agree. It is certainly worth considering. Yeah, we need 28 more subscribers in order to get to 100, obviously. No, we're not at 73 yet, unfortunately. Well, the move that Stockfish agrees with Ulf Andersson on is putting the pressure on the h2 pawn and the threat to the rook on that square. So either way, should the rook move away, we're going to exchange and get our rook to the 7th rank. Or if the rook doesn't move away, we're going to shatter white's pawns and take advantage of the pin. So there's like no good way about this to a certain extent. White does manage to escape just for a moment while allowing rook h2. And white does wish to create some counterplay in the best possible way, some activity for his rook. F takes g4, keeping the line closed so his rook does not fall victim to this. And now we're going for it. Candidates for black, after one quick call out for the legend. Oh, legends. The legend, Dr. Knight. Candidates for black. Working hard on trying to find these candidate moves. Interestingly enough, I'm at a slight loss for trying to improve certain pieces. Yeah, knight d5 unfortunately unifies the structure, right? After knight takes d5, knight takes d5. Maybe rook takes e2. Is that our best idea? What does knight to d5 do other than that? Certainly worth considering. Ulf's move turns out to be the best move. As Pegasus, Lauren, oh, not Lauren, and Nico find king to d7. Centralizing the king, trying to sneak up into the center, which is key. I do want to know what's going on knight to d5 for a moment. Our advantage is lessened by I guess the idea of outposting this knight, but still bishop takes c3. I guess the rook and pawn ending is there's no guarantee of winning that rook and pawn ending. The bishop takes c3, b takes c3. It's not easy to attack those white pawns on the queen side. So instead, king to d7 was played. White follows suit. Knight to d5 does happen, and this is actually the move that I thought was going to be played. I actually thought that on knight to d5, white might actually just try to centralize his king with king to c1. I didn't entertain the thought of exchanging it off. Knight to e3 check. Hold the phone. Knight to g2. And knight to h4 with a very concrete threat. And he's got an awesome outpost square ahead of him here. We just have to absorb these. And by the way, the link in the Discord is available for these games. So is this what I think it is? I mean, this is a very controversial position. I only say that it's controversial because it is Black's turn to move here. Candidates for Black. And of course, we need one more YouTube subscriber for those of you who have it to spare. All right. Take care of, did I get it? Wow, this fly lives through everything. I've hit this fly several times. Obviously, my glass cleaner cloth is not going to do it. But what I can use it for is cleaning my glasses. Black to move. Candidates for Black. Pegasus. I think you've studied all of these games before. We're obviously not going to be capturing on b2 and allowing counterplay with rook to b1. That much everyone should be very leery of. Allowing white's rook to spring into action. That guy still keeps getting away. Not bishop takes b2 though, Nico. Watch out for moves like that. There is, however, a square calling for this bishop on d2, which has been called out. I know, it's summertime. You know it's summertime when I'm actually dealing with the locals and the natives. And at the same time, we can continue on our merry way across. We can bide our time on this diagonal. Now that the patches have been battened down, we can go for it again here. Requesting a YouTube subscriber. And candidate moves for Black. I should actually check out to see that we are broadcasting. And I can check the top chat. I mean, many moves are in black's favor here, so you have a plethora to choose from, depending on how you wish to go about it. Wow, there's a 20-second delay on YouTube, give or take. Did anyone second it? Yes, Nico did. I can see rook to g2. I can understand that. Move, of course, was knight to d4. That's probably the best of the many moves. Knight takes g3 also accomplishes the same aim. But at the same time, it repositions white's rook behind the pawn that might be ready to shove. That could create some counterplay. So instead, after the move knight to d4, rook to f4, rook to g2, we're threatening to win material. I don't know if I can even find a good way for white to answer this. Unpinning the knight? Wow. Yeah, he is just like completely surrounding his opponent. I mean, black's piece coordination, including the use of his king, is clearly superior. I mean, we're losing material. I don't see a way to defend this. We cannot play rook to g4 because if knight takes e2. We could try to step back, but at the same time, knight takes e2, knight takes e2 still poses a major problem, a major threat. There's just no way to guard this pawn in any event. So Ulf just gives it up. He plays rook to e4, knight takes e2, knight takes e2, and rook takes g5. Now it's 4 pawns to 3 pawns, with black having one very serious protected passed pawn. Gonna make sure I don't miss any opportunities here, as the technique is about to be demonstrated. He relocates his bishop, pushes his pawn, the next move goes against the grain of everything that I've been taught. But how to make progress in this particular position, that's the question. Yeah, I mean, once you're up a pawn against anyone in the world, and you're as strong as Ulf Andersson, might as well just start marking up the point. So I guess he achieves his goal of bothering the weakness on b2 with a series of checks. And now we're just completely devastated. Forcing the exchange of rooks. Bishop versus knight with two extra pawns. This is a very strange move for white to give it up on. I mean, minor piece endings with one extra pawn with very few pawns on the board can be tedious because the knight can sacrifice itself for the extra pawn if the other pawns are exchanged. So being up 2 pawns makes this clearly better. And more or less a walk in the park, as pointed out in the chat. Nibor, Vaikonze. That's usually how Vaikonze is abbreviated. But we're on the white side of this time. Interestingly enough, Ulf has been drawn out of his usual knight f3 c4 persona. c4, very natural. b3, obviously a typical Ulf move, but in this particular position he plays rook to e1 without committing his knight. And black counterattacks in the center. And he achieves his goal of the early exchange of queens. Now, one should note the differences between these two positions. d3 is not a weak square as long as the pawn remains on e2. This is part of black's plans in order to encourage move number 12, candidates for white. Oh no, I have a lesson this Wednesday at 7 because I don't have a lesson on Friday. Thank you though, Reese. When is the next convention or expo? The next convention in Sturbridge, which is the 31st of July. Didn't ask MD Knight Zero about that. Yeah, checking the king up. Yeah, rook f1 check. Good read, 3xk. Sturbridge, Massachusetts. Unfortunately, it's a little far away. Atlantic Open at the end of August. ChessAction.com actually has a listing of most U.S. tournaments, the ones that I consider anyway. It's appropriate for both of us being pool players that it's Chess Action. Can you imagine if we ran a We should run. Oh, there's a money-making idea for you, Reese, because you are the entrepreneur between us. Poolaction.com, where literally we list and or manage advance entries for all pool tournaments. And Chess Action, if they try to back out, they actually charge people like $15 on a several $100. Ulf is confusing. Is this true? I find some solace. These games remind me of a Picasso, right? Beautiful at the same time, since they are puzzling. I'm going to have to get something to eat. So we have Ulf Andersson, Nibor. hoping to do 3 more games, but running out of time against my hunger pains. Wow, Rachmanov comes up in this opening. The reason why I noticed that I have the yet to be open Rachmanov Secrets of Opening preparation here. I have to start reading this book. And Chess Informant is sending me more books. I got a notification. From DHL. Oh, I love it. I love it. I trusted Rachmanov. I really did. I trusted him. I did not even open this book. I just bought this book. Literally, I just bought this book. And I trusted Thinkers Publishing, too, that it was such a good book. I'll buy anything from Thinkers Publishing. The managing editor of this publication is Grandmaster Romain Edward. Thanks to a coach, books and videos, thanks to opponents, common mistakes in the opening. How many games are in this book? I love it. There are 84 games in this book, 85 games in this book. All right, cover to cover, we're studying games from now on. We are going to get some serious. Yeah, chessaction.com. Paul 184, how are you? Yeah, A4 is a very Ulfy-like move. Did I not start the timer? Oh, I did start the timer. In fact, the timer expired. Did anyone get it? 3XK, very good consolidation of Rogan's. The candidate's timer, when it reaches 0, it goes to the other end, it turns red. As it turns out. Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that, Paul. How are the FM goals? The FM goals and the collaboration goals, I think, are the same. E5, by the way, is the second best move in the position. After bishop c6, Bruce prefers to continue developing, and perhaps even with the assistance of this, maneuvering our knight. I'm a little worried about the weakness of this square, though, but there's no way for black to take advantage of the weakness of this square. Which opening was this? This was a typical Ulf Andersson creation. It was knight f3, usually followed by c4. But because black chose a King's Indian-like structure, it ended up being a fianchetto style King's Indian Pierce opening. And e4 has finally appeared on the board, and e5 is Ulf's recommendation. Rachmanov, by the way, the player discussed here, prefers knight to d2. By the way, in case most of you don't know Alexander Rachmanov, he is a grandmaster from Russia, obviously. And he is about a year older than Magnus Carlsen. To give you an idea of how old he is. He's from the same generation of Gashimov, Nepomniachtchi, Mark Arnold and Fabiano Caruana and Robert Hess are from 1992. Rachmanov is from 1989. Magnus Carlsen was born in 1990. the fewer games you play. The modern defense. Yeah, the modern defense, the Pearts, you're right. It would be a King's Indian if white had committed his pawn to c4, more of a queen pawn opening. Clarify 14. I want you to define a short break. Yeah, I agree with 3xk. You might want to just take a day to analyze your games to try to find the theme that is missing. One thing I was telling, let's say, Chess Bay and Z-Bean and I Am Hungry and other streamers of a weaker nature, Clarify 14, that when you have a difficult time in a series of games, you can identify the theme. Let's just say you're doing puzzle solving. If you can identify the theme that you're missing or overlooking, like when you see the solution, for example, in a puzzle, you might be overlooking tactical mistakes like removing defenders or overloaded pieces, or you could be overlooking endgame simplicity, stuff like that. Yeah, you could definitely take a break. I would definitely recommend a day off. Coffee time now? What a great idea, Pegasus. That is certainly the case. If I go over, though, to my intermission screen, we're going to lose. We're going to lose the same screen. But let's just say that Ulf believes in the nice double attack that's provided here. Let me find a nice diagram before I go for coffee. Bishop takes g2. And e takes f6. Now, in order for black not to really be losing material, black has to answer in this manner. We once again have 3 versus 3 on one side of the board, and 3 versus 3 on the queen side of the board. Bishop e3 is somewhat forced. Finding a move for black is also very difficult. Bishop f8 might be best. Knight to d7 is also to be considered. Three moves for white. Candidate moves for white. It's very good. It does seem like a natural move given Ulf Andersson's style. I agree with Nico. Are you in New City right now? Is that exactly where I'm drawing a blank on the name of your pool room? You are working the pool room, right, Reese? I hope everything is good. Nanuet, sorry. Nanuet, New York, yes. Candidates for white. I'm a little worried that I did not put the right one up. But yeah, this is a good time to run for coffee. "5 minutes away from New York City? I don't think so." I'll be back. We put in the coffee. No, yeah, that was my second guess. I've been up there only a handful of times, maybe 3. Nyack, New City. Give Reese Poole that shout out from before. And Rogue and Joe Sloan. because it's great to have him in the chat. And of course, we need to get one more leg up on our YouTube subscriptions. We need to make it to 100, folks. I'm going to restart the timer because I didn't get out of here fast enough. I'll be right back. Hopefully we're going to time this to see if it takes me more than 3 minutes. Official. We're back. Didn't completely get to see how long it took me. And black flagged. Hold on here. I'm going to punch it in. Spot billiards. Directions from me. Whoops. Because it's an hour and 35 minutes for me, given that I'm near JFK now. And actually an hour and 15 minutes if I leave at the right time. If I leave after 4 o'clock, it's going to take me an hour and a half. Meanwhile, back at the ranch. Knight A3, A4, and Knight C4. Absolutely. A4 is definitely to be considered. Knight to D2 should also be considered. And Ulf Andersson and Bojan Korajica both chose knight to A3 in this particular position, which is, of course, exactly what we want. Knight C6, knight C4. And what is going to happen on the move B5? I guess it just weakens the pawns too incredibly after knight A3. Pawns are just going to fall. And black reacts with the best possible move. He is threatening, but we can anchor our knight. And now we reach another nice crossroads here. Candidates for white. Another very nice move for white in this position. You'd think that we would want the D file, right? I agree with you, Clarify. We would want the D file. I agree with you. Ouch, my bursitis in this elbow. I took a fall not too long ago on my left side. Cracked myself up a little bit on my face, arm, left arm. The elbow took the brunt of it. Offer, draw, resign, and cry. You are so funny, Rogue. Nice work there, Clarify. Absolutely. Certainly moves to be considered. Rook on A to D1. I'm not entirely positive about A5. You know, Reese, I know Q-bar might be farther from you. Q-bar is actually closer to me. Maybe it's the same distance as Amsterdam Billiards. But Met runs a tournament on Thursday nights. I wonder if that action is still happening. Of course, I could also try to add you to a team on Tuesday nights. Take care of you with a drink every week. After 7 p.m., there's free parking at Society Billiards. It's not dynamic enough, I agree. I have a difficult time in these positions because I'm more of a dynamic player. I think that while Petrosian has always appealed to me. No, that is the timer. The timer dings at the end. Oh, you know what? It might be my Discord. You're hearing that in the background. I'm going to have to listen to it. Can't make an omelet without breaking some eggs. Very astute observation, Reese. By the way, for those of you who may not realize it, Reese is one of my favorite people in the pool world. He's a super nice guy. The last time I think I saw you in person was at the US Open pool. Is that correct? We were mucking about at the US Open in 2021, last year, right before the summer of last year. And they handed me a credit card. The total rewards people for the hotel there handed me a credit card that made it possible for me to go to Dubai. And then when I applied for, when I was going to the World Series of Poker, JetBlue, there was another 20K my way. Take care of going to clock. It's not such a stupid invention. Why let black control the d file? Because there are no entry points on the d file at the moment. Most of you will be surprised. I don't think anyone got this move. But there are two moves. The first one, of course, that we really should consider is G4. G4 with the same ideas in the very first game. This could actually wrap up being bookends, because we could actually try to fight for the E5 square. But Ulf's move, which is very dynamic, right? Bishop H6. Who wanted a dynamic? Who wanted a dynamic move? We want to get our rook to the 7th rank. And this is definitely going to do it. We're definitely going to weaken the E file. But Bishop H6 is not an easy move to find. Black overlooked this with a pleasant liquidation. And we get our rook to the 6th rank. Sound alerts is working. It is the desktop volume that needed to, right? Is that crazy? That was really crazy. And of course, I'll give everyone a chance to find this move. By the way, this is the training method that I would be using with much stronger players. Although I would have to do a lot more prep for much stronger players. I would really have to prep and dig into these positions a little bit more. For example, if I had the opportunity to train Nemo or Lafong or Alexandra Samaganova, I would have to put a lot more work into each and every one of these positions, because it requires that you really know more about the depth of the analysis behind it. Oh, I do Zoom classes. My lead chess rate, I mean, it averages out objectively to anywhere between $60 to $90 an hour. It averages out to about $60 to $90 per hour, but it also, the rate is 180, and that's for 2 to 3 hours, depending on how much we can really do without exhausting our stamina. Because chess games, rook on a to e1, certainly a candidate move. Rook c6, certainly a candidate move. Not unlike a pool game, Reese, the best players have to maintain it over a long period of time. Let's say you have all this downtime in waiting around for your matches, and the strongest of players have to be able to consistently maintain their game and their mental stamina over long periods of time. Therefore, my lessons have always been much greater than 1 hour. I don't think it's worth it just to do 59 minutes and done. Basically, you have to be at it and at it and at it, and you want to build your stamina for finding good moves over a period of time. So originally, when I started these study streams, I usually advertised them as 3+ hours, but honestly, even my stamina for dealing with or interacting with chat over a period of time, I think 2+ hours is ideal. Ideally 2.5, and often we do reach 3 with these study streams. So for me to give a lesson or have a session, it's 180. And from that perspective, moving onward. So Pegasus is the only one who nailed it. By far the best move to reach the 7th rank. And here we are. Rook to c6. Threatening, of course. Rook to c7. Now, black does not really have much choice in the matter. He has to prevent the rook from penetrating. Rook on a to e1 as named by... as called out by Lauren. And now how to go about it, right? For black, how to go about the defense. We don't really want that rook to reach the 7th rank. So he chooses to try to pester the rook. Or you can be a regular in the study streams, because you just basically have to apply yourself and ask good questions. Like Lauren. Lauren asks good questions. Pegasus is also a very good student of the game. He already knows some of the answers. In this particular instance, rook on c to e6, and we're actually threatening to remove the defender of either the pawn or the knight with knight to d6 check. So black has very little choice in this matter, honestly. He has to at least remove the knight from one equation or the other with either knight f5 or knight to d5. Knight f5 is probably better. He chooses knight to d5. And Ulf does not necessarily choose the best move for white in this particular position. Candidates for white. That puts down a little bit of a gauntlet, honestly, for all of us. Knight f5 was not a repetition. Well, I'm going to pause the timer as we go back to look at it. Knight f5 would be met by g4. And then the threat to the knight and the pawn would be met.
Check.
And these two weaknesses will be a problem, no matter which way we go. Now, of course, it may not seem like such a big deal to step away from the knight with king to g8, but the rook will get to the 7th rank. Capture, and then another rook comes to the 7th rank. Therein lies the problem. So after knight to d5, candidate moves for white. h4 by Paul. Paul has been a regular staple. So, for example, Paul 1e4, the games that I would use, or let's say Alexandra, because I would love to have the opportunity to train her, to at least test her, to at least open her eyes. Basically what you have to do, clarify 14, if he's still with us. Are you still with us? Crossing my fingers that he is. I haven't heard from him in a little while. Clarify 14. What you can do at any level is to find out what you're missing, what you're not seeing. You have to open your eyes to the possibilities that you're not seeing something. So one of the best books that I could recommend, if not this one, for example, this is my last book that I was wanting to work with Grandmaster Mark Arnold with when he was on his trek to Grandmaster. The best of the best 1,000 games of the best games across the history of time. Now, these are the games that everyone has studied from The Informant. The book has Captain indeed. So basically, for you, I would be testing yourself against a level of player that will challenge you. If you're looking for opening preparation, then you have the best theoretical novelties, the 1,000 best theoretical novelties. This is the better copy. All right, how do I get these books in here now? You know what? This is a duplicate because I already have one over here. I'll take this one out. Timer's up. Yeah, I've actually got a copy of this book that's extremely well worn, as I've used it for lessons over a long period of time. In format 151, if you go to the website, I'm actually going to click on it. I can bring it up and I can give you a link. Let's see if we can find it. Best of the best. Do they even sell it anymore? That's the question. Greatest tournaments. There it is. Copy. Here we go. Truly a great book. The problem is that there's not the best of the best indeed as a movie. And definitely let them know that Master Chess Dojo sent you if you purchase anything from them, because they provide for me very, very well. In fact, on that particular page, there are so many great books to learn from. For you, Clarify, I would also recommend Old Wine in New Bottles. I can find it. Old Wine in New Bottles should be on that page. Yeah, that's it. Old Wine in New Bottles is a lovely lesson-based. Every chapter is a lesson in itself. I don't know if it comes up on our sponsorship page because I was trying to copy link. See, Marin in Old Wine in New Bottles has a lot of verbal explanations of what's going on, and he gives you a nice historical perspective, and every lesson is a theme-based example. So, getting back to the best of the best, these are games that every strong player, including Carlsen, know. They just know these games. They know the patterns. They know the piece coordination. They know how to work things together. So, I have read, like, compared to the number of chess books, I don't know if you were here, Reese, when I showed you my rear example, because you see the two bookcases over there. And then, of course, we also have the two bookcases on this side, which are completely filled with chess books. And there are actually two bookcases on that side completely filled with chess books, which you can't quite see the one closest to the wall. Which these on this side are in alphabetical order going all the way across, all the way to, what's the last name on this one? Yakovich, Vladimir Zach, and Peter Zdanov, A through Z, all the way down and all the way across, the way I had my daughter organize them. Have I read them all? I've not read them all cover to cover, but I have read them. I've read parts of and pieces of and portions, absolute portions of the world champions, which are in this bookcase here. These are all world champions and great players. I've gone through pretty much almost all of their games on that side. Fred Wilson is immortal. FredWilsonBooks.com. Yeah, he and I were discussing some of the flaws in some Perpetual Chess Podcast's book review. What? Fred Wilson Books. Let me just search for that. He is now moved to 17th Street I have not been to his new location. Fred Wilson Chess. I apologize. It's Fred Wilson's Chess. Fred Wilson Chess. That's his website. It takes a level of dedication. Oh no, I gave you the Bing.com search evaluation. That's terrible. I give you the straightforward one. Simple Attacking Chess is one of Fred's books. Yes, that is a good, lovely, small book. Do I have it here? Since I have W's not too far away. Watson. Webb. I think it's 101 questions answered. Yeah, simple attacking plans. Right here. 303 tricky checkmates. 202 surprising checkmates. He's got the whole series with Bruce Albertson. And simple attacking plans is signed over to me, of course. Who does know how to attack? For John, who does know how to attack, from Fred Wilson. It's very nice. Very nice of him. I might be missing. You have 3 London bucks. That's terrible. All right. We're drifting. We're drifting. Good link. Good link, 3XK. Hold on. If you can't remember the name of it, that doesn't bode well. All right. Well, most of us might have gone for the best move in the position, which was knight to d6 check. This was the best move in the position. For those of you that wanted to, well, let's take it this way, Reese. As far as becoming a grandmaster, execution is everything. Like, you and I have amazing amounts of pool knowledge, but it's the execution of the pool knowledge, the billiards knowledge. Like, we know exactly what's supposed to happen when we hit it with low outside, coming off the rail on a very thin hit, and it spins back up to the short rail, right? So if you cut a shot in with low outside, you know what's going to happen. It's going to spin back off that rail and then spin straight up the table, as opposed to anything else, you know? So interestingly enough, it's the execution. There are quite a number of grandmasters of pool. Super pros is what we call them. They're called professionals. What I would say is that you need a certain character and delivery in order to determine the calculation of the right. Let's say you're given all the tools. We have all the tools, but being able to use those tools at the right time and reach for the tool within the amount of time that you're given. It is down now. So meanwhile, Ulf Andersson plays a5, which of course should be enough to weaken this side of the board, because if black were to play, oh, not that move. B takes a5, we can take advantage of the situation by putting 2 rooks on the 6th rank. And notice how this pawn on b2 is invulnerable. course, we can always return to the original plan of knight to d6 as well, which should work. But he plays a5, rook to b8, a takes b6, a takes b6,
Check.
and after knight to d6, we're ready for the last nail in the coffin. Which everyone should be able to get. The last nail in the coffin for black. I'm glad I cut out the distracting notifications that are on that are up here. Yeah, that's true. Ezrin on the ball from Alaska. Ezrin on the ball from Alaska with c4. We're just going to remove your old defender here, sir. Knight to c7, rook takes f6, check, king to g7. And now another critical moment. Candidates for white. Get everybody back on the bandwagon here. So there are several moves. According to Bruce, aka Stockfish, there are several moves that could be better, and really it's the human move that counts. Actually, I took down this book, White to Play 1e4 and Win, with Eric Scheller. I actually wanted to look at Owen's defense. He uses Spielman Basman instead of Morphy as the example on how to deal with e6, b6, and bishop to b7. Classic Eric Schiller. So yeah, I've been through all 1,000 of those games and the 1,000 best of the best. Yeah, not Rookie 6, indeed. 94. Yes, good job, Reese. Reese gets the move that Ulf Andersson plays. Absolutely, the move that Ulf Andersson plays. Reese has nailed it. The best move according to Bruce or Stockfish is just to fall back. Rook f4 being the third best move. Best move being rook f3. Reese nails knight e4. Absolutely. I know you want to use K, but it's n e4. It's all right, sir. By the fact that we're trying is all that really counts. Knight e4, and then of course he falls back. b5, b3. A little bit of a clarification in the simplification. Rook to b4. We unfortunately have to barnacle for just a moment. And now, how to coordinate. Candidate moves for white. How to coordinate our pieces here. How do we go about threatening to threaten to do anything here? How do we go about this? We're doing very okay on the viewership, by the way. When I have a dozen, I'm very happy. I'm very thankful for every last one of you. Namaste to the chat. And by the way, the mods don't even count in the viewership count. Can you imagine that mods don't count as viewers? Mods and bots don't count as viewers. That's not German, that's Danish. Oh, you're using Springer. Pegasus, is it S for knight? Tour E3. And Pegasus nails it. Pegasus is the first answer on the block. It is rook on E to E3. Because Lauren was just a little bit off. It is T for the rook. And S equals knight. For Springer. For Danish and Swedish, Scandinavian and German. Yes, you did. Lauren had it first, but obviously there are two rooks that can go to E3. It didn't occur to me. Yes. Sure. I keep going to the and of course black just sort of cowers and defends because the threat, there's no way to attack this knight because now we can exchange. We're actually threatening the pawn on c5. I apologize for even considering knight to c6. So the knight can move. After rook c7, knight to g5 has a very concrete threat. h4, anchoring. Knight a6 check, king f6, knight f4. Rook f3, setting up another small threat. And now for one more nail. I know, right? He can maneuver forever. Candidates for white. Now this is going to be very hard to fight the dynamic possibilities here. Or I should say it's going to be very hard to sort through the dynamic possibilities here. Gotta choose my words carefully. I forgot how much I enjoyed doing these studies. Thank you, Pegasus, so much. Rook on C to E3 makes a lot of sense. After all, there's no pressure on the C4 pawn. And that is the move that I'm actually looking for the second and third best moves. Knight to G5 check is not legal. I think he means knight to D5 check or knight to H5 check. Knight to H5 check is in the top 5. Knight to D5 check is in the top 3. But rook on C to E3 was the move that was played. Personally, I think I could easily go for knight to D5 check. All of these moves are clearly better for white. Clearly better for white. After all, if that king tries to step out, we're still going to bring our rook across with check. And after the move knight to D6, yeah, you meant H5. Exactly. Candidates for white. Did I not stop the clock last time? All right, we are going to do 2 more games. Then I'm going to eat. Pegasus has been waiting so long for the steady stream that we might as well hang in here. For those of you watching, please join the Discord. And we need the subs on the YouTube channel. We desperately need the subs on the YouTube channel. Thank you for 75, 25 to go. We definitely need the subs on the YouTube channel. Thank you so much, everyone who has subscribed. All right. Does Pegasus have an overall? Who was the first person? Oh, thank you, Reese. You're the one responsible. Thank you, Reese. You're the best, man. I know, I actually am very happy that people are utilizing their multiple YouTube views to get me there. Because that's all we can do. Whoops. Please check out Reese Poole, both on Twitch, but he also has an amazing YouTube channel with plenty of good content. He's an overall really nice guy. All right, and knight to g6, of course, is the simplification that we're looking for, because we're setting up, honestly, for rook to e6 check and 2 extra pawns on the king side to 1, 3 to 1 on the king side. It is, of course, devastating in the double rook ending with the safer king. I just want to point out this pawn structure again. This pawn structure that keeps white's king safe and allows him to have his king closer to the center, while protecting the base of the pawn chain. In rook and pawn endings, this pawn structure really works well. Yeah, h5 instead? Was h5 a move? h5 was in the top 5, but this one is very clear, and it forced resignation by black. Absolutely forced resignation by black. Andersson, I've always wondered, I should ask Pegasus about this. When you have a name like Sundberg Hansen, I believe I just go with Hansen. But because there are so many Hansens, I have to do SB. His last name is not Berg Hansen, but soon Berg, meaning his first and middle name. And this is Elsinore. I'm going to Americanize it. Elsinore being in Denmark. A reminder that I never made it to this tournament. Lars Beck Hansen kept inviting me to this tournament in Elsinore, Denmark. It used to be called the Copenhagen. Yeah, it's actually where many of Shakespeare's plays take place. Sonnenberg Hansen. Tiebreak Hansen, yes. Suneborg Hansen. Alright. Knowing Ulf Andersson, of course, we have the option to go back into the Sicilian, but of course Ulf is not going to take that opportunity. I have played like this on many occasions, especially in simul's, by the way. But we reach the Sicilian Accelerated Dragon, nonetheless. This sideline of the Maroczy was played frequently by the great Danish player Bent Larsen and leads to interesting positions. The other move in this position, which is also extremely dynamic, is e5. Basically trying to hold this. And the move that white just needs to know about is bishop d3 castles. And on the 12th move, let me just get there. Oh, I take it back. It's not as dynamic as I once thought it was. This is the main line that you should know. I always thought there was a knight to b5 in here, but that may be in our current state. But basically we take the knight, return to the center, they move out of the center, they vacate the premises. I don't play this way as black. This way as black is very passive. It is suitable for those Danish maneuvering styles. I play more like Magnus Carlsen when playing this. I'm going to get through the opening stage. Alright. 18 move classical win. Knight takes g4 is better than queen takes g4. I don't know if knight takes d4 is better. Earlier there's a better chance. King takes g4. Alright, candidates for white. Lars Beck Hansen, good friend. We lost him during COVID. I'm very sad to say. He was lastly inviting me to the Extracon Open. You can certainly use descriptive, but if you get descriptive wrong, then it's going to be even harder to decipher. Much harder to decipher. I am getting closer to warming up for my 24-hour tall stream. The Dark Myth 24 hours. Oh, my grandson is going to town with these bubbles outside. Oh my god. We have a bubble machine all of a sudden? I just see a huge waft of bubbles. I'm on the second floor, right? So a huge waft of bubbles is going across. My grandson is in the backyard with his bubble maker. Knight to Queen 5 and Bishop to King 2. You got it. First one on the ball. Knight to D5. Let's reward quick thinking. Knight to D5 certainly is the most clarifying move. Bruce believes in Bishop to E2 and H4 over Knight to D5, but it suits Ulf Andersson's nature. Simplify the position and improve our standing here, to improve our position here. I don't know, this tournament was held in October of 1999. Maybe it wasn't the Copenhagen Danish Open. H4, better late than never. And all of Lauren's moves have now come into being. Bishop to D4. Fascinating. Bishop to D4. Possible that he should have probably played Bishop takes D4 first and then played Rook H1. There are really only a couple of candidate moves there. But he plays Rook to H1 first. Bishop takes E3 check. Oh no. I was expecting Bishop takes D3 check and then D6. D6 first. Rook H5, pinpointing the weaknesses we've been talking about. D7, Rook H7. Building up slowly on the king side. This game is a little bit less candidate moves for white. King takes queen. Yes, it is. I like playing that move a lot. I love the Grunfeld positions that when you have the opportunity to play those moves. Candidate moves for white. Now, it helps if you make every effort to test yourself against what the master plays. So you can look at it in three ways: a win, lose, or draw scenario. If you would consider the move that Ulf Andersson plays, or consider the best move that Bruce believes is the best move in this position, you definitely consider yourself equal toward moving closer toward mastery. I usually ask you to write these moves down and circle the move that you feel is best. And by circling the move that you feel is best, now you're committing yourself to a win or loss. So if you consider the move, all well and good, you get a draw. If you circle the move, it's a win. And if you never considered the move at all, that was actually the best move, or the move that Ulf played, regardless of its quality, then it's a loss. And you can really do this with almost any book, every single time, considering every single move, all the way through, with the exception of 10-23. I thought so. Lauren is on the ball with improving the worst placed piece. Very good, Lauren. Improving your worst placed piece, 101. Bishop f1. After all, we can find a better diagonal for the bishop over here. Hold on here. Bishop f1, e6, bishop h3, and now it's up to black to really choose a much stronger move than the one that he chose, which kind of gives away the whole house. I have to give this one a question mark, unfortunately. Bishop takes d5 is deserving of a question mark. E takes d5. That's true. That's absolutely true, Lauren. I should have done the candidate move sooner. You're right. I accidentally let g3 slip. But you were the only one who really took a stab at it. Isn't the white knight a better piece than the black bishop? It's true, but the white knight eventually is going to have to yield, assuming that black could extract himself from the situation where the pawn is attacking. Candidates for white. I'll explain after this particular move. I'm going to explain the nature of the rationale behind choosing the candidates. But Paul is on the ball here with that one. Finding the candidate moves for white. As we basically absorb the patterns of the movements of Ulf Andersson's games. I could have inverted that board. So Ulf Andersson is looking in toward the chessboard, and then the white square would be in the left-hand corner. Thought about inverting that photo. Rook h6, f4, king to d4, rook to g7. What is up with king to d4? Why isn't king to d4 among the top 5 moves? You mean d takes e6, Rogan. D captures e6. You don't have to put the p. Oh, pawn d6. That's what you have written there. Because I suggested it. Good answer, Paul. Good answer. Hold on, I'm working my way up, Lord. Nice work, Lord. Yes, that's exactly how the reasoning works. G3. Oh, that's how. And then I asked for candidates, indeed. King e4 by Pegasus. On the wire. The best move, according to Bruce and Ulf Plays It. Bishop takes e6 was perhaps the second best move. Be right back. Grabbing tea. Is it that time of the day already? Isn't it the wee hours of the morning for you, Lauren? Lauren is in Australia, by the way. Paul is in... He's south of me. I keep thinking that Paul is in Maryland, but I sometimes think that he's from New Jersey. Because I know another Paul. Got Pegasus in Sweden. We've got Kiwi Rogan. Yes, you are in New Jersey. I keep thinking that you're in Maryland because I know another chess player, Paul, in Maryland. In any event, king to e4, king f6, d takes e6, and black gets to play this lovely move. So what can white do about this? That is the question. Candidates for white. This way we can try our best. Figure out what's going on here. Candidate moves for white. What a disparity between the move that Ulf played and the remaining candidate moves. That is the question. This is the type of move that would be included in my book if I were to make a book out of this process. And I have to commend all of you, namaste to all of you who are hanging out, contributing to the chat, because this is not that easy. Not that easy to find the best moves in any given position. Yeah, is it trapped? That is a consideration, Pegasus. You've ruled out. He's ruled out the illegal move. E takes f7. It is true that when I'm teaching a class on Fridays, someone circles the move E takes f7, and everyone else in the class looks at it. It does happen, and even in my advanced class, that someone will have an illegal move, or a move that hangs a queen, like in a full Botez gambit. Yeah, king to d5 does get into a spot of trouble, but maybe it's not that bad. King to d5, king g6, e takes f7. That rook's hanging, this rook is saved by that rook hanging. And after knight takes bishop to d7. I am very curious as to what can possibly go wrong. No one quite got this one. But the only move here, f4 is a good third bet. But the only move here is bishop to g4. That way, after king g6, the rook can regroup. I haven't seen a postulate either. Mr. Helsinki, I hope he's doing okay. He was studying, I believe. And now king to d5 is possible. Rook h2 as previously advertised. Is it really that much better than? Rook f2, relatively passive. g4, knight f6 check. Candidates for white. Ironically, there are only 3 legal candidate moves here. So, interestingly enough, the move that we're going to ask for is the best of the 3 candidate moves. There are only... Yeah, it's a tough blend. You have to schedule appropriately and accurately in your planner a certain amount of time for playing. That's why I like the tournaments, Lauren, because if you just schedule the tournament, that's the one period of time that you're going to play, and you can't play at any other time. And then you may study. But you have to actually schedule a specific amount of time. King to d5, king g6, e takes f7, knight takes f7. Oh yes, knight takes f7, bishop f5 check. Very nicely done there, Pegasus, Ron. That was a good line. I actually considered that possibility, but I did not look into how well it worked with the knight on f7. You might be able to hear my grandson in the backyard. That's absolutely hysterical. All right, hunger pains are getting to me. I have not eaten all day. See how long the remaining game is. I'm going to insist on doing a 6th game, I think. King c6 it is. We have the choices between king c6, king d6, which loses instantly. That's the only one of the 3 that's really terrible. And the remaining move, which is actually still better for white, king to d4. Because we evict the rook, and then we play bishop to f5 check after, if needed. Everything by white is held. But king to c6 was played. Bishop f5, of course, was played. Candidates for white. Fast and furious, testing yourself over and over again. So when this is done on an individual lesson-like basis, I pay attention to which pieces are used and what direction the pieces are moving and what type of context the piece needs to be used. So we're looking at transitions to the middle game, transitions to the end game. Places where people would often screw up are in the transitions between the phases. Also, they may or may not overlook certain pieces just because the benefit to studying endgames is to have a nice, evenly balanced, objective opinion about which pieces to use and when, as I was talking to Reese Poole a little while ago. Having the knowledge isn't enough, but eliminating all of your biases and all of your hang-ups for favorable pieces. Like my least favorite question of all time is, which is your favorite piece? I really, 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 really abhor that question. Like, it's like asking which of your children is your favorite. It's like asking a coach on a football team which player is his favorite. It's not a question that can be answered. It does not matter. It is, the only true thing is that my favorite piece is the piece that brings home the win. The piece that assists in being the key to the victory. And that is the real, and it changes from game to game. It could be a pawn in game, it could be a pawn. Thank you for the hydrate. It could be the knight, it could be the bishop, it could be the rook, it could be the rook moving in a reverse, it could be a retreating move, it could be a piece relocation. Right? Does that make sense to everybody? The favorite piece is not real. All of the pieces and you must work together as a team. Cheers, Rogan. Hello there. Gonna make me finish this bottle of water, Rogan, because there was only enough in the, there was only like 2 hydrates in here. Actually, there's more. Stop it with the hydrates there, Rogan. You got 67,000 points. He's gonna drown me. Wise guy. Put this one up. But Reese, yeah, you know, I often overlook Reese as such a great guy. Bishop to e4 was the move that we were looking for, by the way. Bishop to e4 was the move that cuts off the rook from defending the knight and allows us to remove the defender of the pawn. Yes? No? Maybe so? Piece relocation. So knight f6, bishop d5, and now it's official. The pawn has a very difficult time being defended. 98 one more time. And there's more than one way to go about this. King to b7 simply wins, but Andersson goes into mobility, pawn mobility, rook to e7. I guess that would have been the answer on king to b7. Rook to d2. Someone asked if we wanted control over the d file in the previous game. We certainly do. Open up the door again.
Check.
Candidates for white. You forgot to circle. Paul is really working hard on trying to lose that material. Don't do it, Paul. Don't do it. Bishop to f5, a4, and king to a6 by Lauren. Do we have it? Oh, no. No, well, I don't know about proper notation. But I will hand you one thing, Lauren. By using this notation, it really doesn't matter whether you're white or black. John must be hungry. I am starved. I'm going to overeat as a result of this. Rook h2 is a fascinating move to relocate the rook back into the action. Absolutely. I like the fact that you're looking at the lateral movements of the rooks in order to place them. The hard part is that I don't know. Obviously, we can hedge the bet on not losing our c4 and b4 pawns, by the way. But basically, king a6 runs into rook takes c4, which could be a problem. And then rook takes b4, which could be a problem, because we don't want to eliminate pawns. One thing about endgames, everyone, is that you don't really want to trade so many pawns. Because if you trade too many pawns, then the opponent may be able to sack their minor piece, and now you're left with rook and bishop versus rook, which is a very difficult ending to win. 312, 3+2 games. Time for me to raise the rates. And in any event, bishop to b7, rook to c7, bishop to c6. We're actually threatening, are we threatening to remove the defender of the d6 pawn? I don't think there's any way to save it. Knight to g7, rook takes d6, and now, as has been said before, we might consider this game over. If there's any move worth commenting on that remains, Black has managed to achieve some activity for his pieces. c5. And last candidate move. Yeah, and he's down a king, exactly. Very good. I like the way you think, sir. Candidate moves for white. I don't know if I'm going to make it through one more game, but I'm going to try. Probably we exhausted our viewership back there. Chose no warrior, beast mode. Who beat me at bullet? You weren't even present to win, sir. I tried to say good game. But chose no warrior. I played in the ZB Nation Bullet arena. Chose no warrior. Flatten my streak. Flattened my streak, I tell you. Just when I caught the guy that was in first place flattened my streak the first time because I was cruising along. Bishop f5, king a6, and rook d7. Paul 1e4 with rook d7. You just know that Ulf studied Capablanca, absolutely. He also grew up in the era of Petrosian, so that was a heavy influence. Absolutely. Rook to d7, everyone. Rook to d7 ended the game after knight to c7 check. And black did not wait for white's reply. Which is curious as to what you think it might be. Ulf's games, Capablanca, Smyslov are, I would say Petrosian is Capablanca and Smyslov rolled into one. Even a blind squirrel sometimes finds a nut. Absolutely. And of course, black resigned rather than facing the inevitable nature of bishop to d5 or whatnot. Basically, if they consider only king e6. Bishop d5 check. Oh, sorry, bishop f5 check. Delete the other one. And after king to e5, rook takes f7, removes the defender. And basically in the same instance here, if king e5, then bishop f5 is probably... Is bishop f5 also winning? Maybe not. I think king to c4 was more to the point. In any event. One more game, Girardelli. Principle of two weaknesses, playing against weaknesses, basically. LG, CG, AD. I have all my students' initials above these games that I basically Ulf's take on defending against the English. Yeah, these positions do not appeal to me as much, but I have to come to grips with them. White's the first one to play d4, c takes d4, knight takes d4, castles. John Donaldson wrote a book on positions such as these. In fact, it's this one right here. This position right here. I remember John Donaldson, International Master John Donaldson, who was the person with me in the World Trade Center when we were the press room coordinators in 1995 at the top of the World Trade Center, September of 1995 for a month. Yes, Lauren, the outstanding thing about this game is the white rook penetrated, then relocated, yeah, to h2, d2, and d7. Almost any king move wins, yeah. Basically, the king just has to dominate the opponent's king, which is then the rook on the 7th rank is also rocking. Thank you, Clarify, for the clarification. So here, after d6, queen to d2, There are so many ways to go about this particular position. A toasty. What's amazing to me is that Lauren and Roken know what he's talking about. Pegasus, do you know what a toasty is? Don't tell us, Lauren, Roken. Pegasus, do you know what a toasty is? Don't Google it like I am. Isn't that the same thing as an English muffin? Oh, no, it's not. Great British cheese toasty recipe. Wow, that looks good. Gently press. So we would call this a panini. How to make a perfect toasty. Toastykids.com. Yeah, we would call this a panini, where you grill the two slices of bread with cheese or other items in the middle of it. You can put more in it than just cheese, I believe. All right. Did we quiz on this one? I did not quiz on this one. Basically, I was thinking about quizzing on this one because the best move for black is, or was, not always easy to find. So black has a choice between rook to b8, bishop e6 was played in the game, as well as bishop to d7. No, queen to c7. a6 was the other move that I always felt was usually commonly played here. a6, bishop e6. a6, bishop e6, rook b8, queen a5. I don't know. In any event, bishop e6 is played. Bishop takes b7. Either way, it is an enterprising sacrifice, or a sham sacrifice of a pawn, I guess. Bishop to b2. And rook on f to c8. Now this position should be relatively equal. Bruce believes that it's slightly better for black, and of course it is. Knight to d5. This move is logical, as white would like to exchange as much pressure to neutralize black's pressure. I don't know, these two bishops are very well coordinated. Queen takes d2, knight takes f6 check, bishop takes f6, rook takes d2, and now candidates for black. You think it's better to hold the move d7 to d6 in that position? Yeah, I think so too. Cheese and curry powder all melted. Oh my god. Candidates for black. I want to do one more of these study streams today, believe it or not. You can imagine that. It's like midnight for Ron. Not quite midnight. Like 10:30, 11 o'clock at night for Ron. And it's tomorrow for Lauren and Rogue. Pawn to rook 4. You have to be more specific if you're going to say pawn to rook 4. Rook to c5 and king to g7 is what Lauren's suggestions are. 7:24 a.m. Outrageous. Is it a holiday, Pegasus? What holiday is it? Oh, you're on holiday. You're on vacation. On to Queen Rook 4, it is. Absolutely. That is the best move in the position. Let's make sure that Ulf played it. And they do consider that black is slightly better in this position. They consider that black is slightly better. Rook to d2. Rook to b4. Bishop d5. Rook to d3. Candidates for black. Candidate moves for black. It is time, one more time, for the YouTube plug. We need to reach 100. We have 25 to go. We're 3/4 of the way there. So that we, as a whole, in our dojo, can add the Master Chess Dojo name to the instead of the gobbledygook. Anyone who has the ability to subscribe, to enable us to put our name on our channel. 300 kilograms of apples. Absolutely. When you play over a player like this, you will actually absorb these techniques and you will start using them. And it's nice to absorb these techniques in a group setting. It is far nicer to absorb these techniques in a group setting where you can discuss it. Paul 1e4 with the win, with the W. Rook to c2. Nice work, Paul. You just got to keep applying yourself, pushing yourself. King to f1. Candidate moves for black. Not over yet. By the way, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. Candidate moves for black. Not 76. Someone out there, give us 76 subscribers. 76 subscribers. Let's do it. We're working on it. The YouTube channel link right back there. We want to get rid of the gobbledygook and we want to put our own stamp on our channel. It will happen eventually. I would love it if you in the viewership right now would be the ones to help make it possible. because this is what the channel's all about. About stretching yourself to find better and better and better moves. Opening your eyes to the possibility of being the first to get it. First to accomplish it. I expected someone to say king to g7, pawn takes pawn, a takes b3, rook to b2, f5, h5. Who's gonna get it? Pegasus on the ball with rook e4. Pegasus on the man with rook e4, invoking and provoking more weaknesses. Now, of course, white can't double his rooks or double his e-pawn, so he plays e3. We return to the scene of the crime because now the king cannot approach as easily. h4, rook to b2. Black is now threatening to win a pawn, so this must yield. Candidate moves for black. I forgot that I wanted to use the whiteboard. My grandson's whiteboard is over there. Normally I have it here. I wanted to use the whiteboard to write up to see who's getting the answers first. As part of an overall contest to become VIP for a month. But I had a few criteria that were in there, and that was that you had to submit 3 moves. If you have to submit 3 moves, then I can tell how your bullseye or how you're grouping, like on a dartboard. You're allowed to throw 3 darts. You can see the grouping rather than hitting 3 of them go into the floor, 2 of them go into the floor, and 1 goes into the bullseye. It looks kind of suspicious. And become a permanent VIP indeed. I think I'm only waiting for Lauren at this stage. I became a VIP in Velcro.'s channel the same way. By accruing my channel points. She's the one who gave me the idea. I think it's a great idea. I actually resorted some of my VIPs just now from the ones that I haven't seen in a long time. Rook to rook 5 is already there. There's already a rook on rook 5. King to g7, rook to a5. Yep, rook to rook 4. And h5. Got it. Pegasus already had it. With rook to c4. Paul 1e4 had it as well. Right after Pegasus. With the death-defying threat of going to the 2nd rank. And this is what it's all about, folks. This... did I not start the timer? I didn't even start the timer. Oops. King to g2, rook on c to c2, rook f1, Barnacle, rook a2, king f3. Okay, candidate moves. While I use the facilities, I've had a lot of coffee. I will definitely make it back. Amazon delivery. Amazon delivery rang the doorbell, ended up talking to the mailman because he's the one who rang the doorbell to draw my attention to the fact that we had packages. H5 intending, and then king g7, rook to c4. I can see that idea. No one got it? Is that possible that no one got it? Offer wise draw. It is true that I would think that this position should inherently, in any other way, shape, or form, if this rook was not placed so well, this position would be good for white. If this rook could be behind the pawn. Right? You'd normally think that rook and 5 versus rook and 5 with white having an outside pass pawn should be favorable. But no. What you missed is the weakness of the king being on f3 and the opportunity to take this chance to swing across to a5. You saw that with rook c4 going here, I know. Clarify saw rook c4 going to a4. But we also have the possibility of going to f5. So this rook doesn't have time to come to b1 and then go to b3 to try to defend both weaknesses. So yeah, rook to c5. More logical than offering a draw. G4, H5, he's not giving up on the fact that he can create more weaknesses. Wow, I can't actually highlight anymore. I think I've been streaming so long that my video memory has now been taxed by Streamlabs. And not to mention that this is actually a weakness as well. H5, rook to G1, king to G7, G takes H5, rook takes H5, rook to G4, just when he thinks he can actually cover everything. Rook F5 check, A5 was also an advantage, by the way. According to the author, this was also a clear advantage.
Check.
And after rook f4, rook to a5, rook to e4, counterattack. Not that it does much. After all, king f6,
Check.
rook f4 check, king e6, rook on d to d4. Any Gegenspiel here?
Check.
Position is microscopically better for black. How do we win this? Right?
Check.
We take back with the pawn, creating more and more possibilities. Does anybody, I don't know how many people noticed that endgame that I won this morning that was dead drawn with rook and 2 versus rook and 2 on the same side of the board. I was very lucky this morning to generate a win out of that. In true Carlsen fashion, I orchestrated f6, rook to b7, rook a4, king to g3, f5,
Check.
rook to g4, cutting off the king, rook to c4, I did want a quiz on e4, I did. Because now after f takes e4, rook takes e4, the whole position is going south for white. And candidate moves for black. No, this is not a win. This is decisively winning for black. Now it has gone decisive because of e4. F takes e4, rook takes e4. It didn't matter, but F takes e4 really made it decisive. And candidate moves for black. Yeah, it was equal. Let's stay away from that four-letter word, Lauren. Watch your language, all right? Watch your language. Easy on the four-letter words. This is my favorite mailman. I should put an outdoorsy cam, a backyard cam in. And let the viewer choose what camera they want to see. Exactly, Lauren. King to g7, and he resigns. Which is quite crazy. Quite crazy. Quite crazy. Got that echo in. King f6, king g6, e6. I hear you. I want to thank all of you for being here. And for the next three, I think YouTube. Can we make it, if anyone can, to 76 YouTube subscribers? Pretty please. We need the 76th YouTube subscriber. I guess I have to do a simul in order to get it, right? Do you think? Do I have to do a simul? Really? Really? To do it? Really? And I'm going to go to my favorite. Or am I going to my favorite? Yeah, why not? Global Chess Championship. And we will send everybody over to Dina, who I've had many wonderful conversations with. I want to thank everybody. Namaste. And the followers, clarify for you being here in the chat. Awesome. Going to set up our editing screen with our closing credits. Chescudo, lurking. Rogan Joe Sloan, mod of the day. Lion Baruto 8. And the raid from Rogan Joe Sloan. Let's just give him a quick shout out in case you have not yet followed him. Oops. And Reese Poole, who is responsible for 3 of our YouTube subs, I'm positive. Thank you, everyone. You're the best. Cheers and ciao. Thanks, guys.